Uit. Jee, nou. Goed. En we krijgen straks de feedback, ben ik bang. Ja.
Ja.
Goed. Dan moet ik deze weer op muten. Zo. Oké. Welkom. Nee. We're gonna switch to English.
Yeah.
And I know you didn't have any noise yet, but we were tweaking the setup just last minute adjustments.
Good morning.
Good morning. Like the previous stream, let's start with saying that this is not primarily for entertainment.
No.
We're just gonna test some filters live. Jung couldn't make it.
Nope.
Unfortunately. So we're all leaning on Martijn this time. The guy in the green shirt.
The guy in the green shirt, yeah. I
Did you do it on purpose?
Yes.
Cool. Power conditioners. Well, plug-in filters. It's not really conditioning.
No.
You use an NordOst at home?
I use an NordOst power conditioner at home, yeah.
Anything else?
No, that's it. It's all I need.
Yeah. Well,
it's an expensive one, so this is a different price class.
Yeah, we did some quick tests here. You brought it, and yeah, it's really good.
Yeah,
it's an excellent filter. We use the Titan and the Aquarius, and I think it's more psychological, but we do have some plug-in filters as well, parallel filters. Yeah. Just, to filter out some LED noise and stuff like that. But before we go into any details, we measured all of them.
Yeah.
You didn't. I did.
Yeah. So the procedure is, again, I'm going to listen blind.
Yeah.
I haven't heard them before. Jaap has been measuring them.
Yeah.
All the filters.
Yeah.
You have been sampling them already.
Yeah.
So there's a sample video ready. I haven't seen it.
Our Patreon users already have access.
Okay, cool.
To the measurements and samples. I send them a link via our Patreon page, and it was a lot of fun to have some feedback from them. I'm not going to tell anything, but
so if you want to have early access to these kinds of tests,
sometimes we just share something beforehand because it takes a long time to plan the stream, and I did all the preparations. But you, as a Patreon member, can already go online and check out the samples and the measurements. I'm gonna grab some of them and introduce them, and afterwards we're gonna randomly plug them in, and you're gonna listen. 3 tracks. You can already say which tracks.
Yeah. So we have made a playlist. So we're gonna listen to the different tracks with the filters and without. We'll start out without a filter, and then we will add the filters in due course and listen to them. I will note down my observations and we talk about it. The tracks we're going to use today is Lonely Deer, a Swedish guy with the track Harbors, written in 2 different ways. We're also going to use, I have to remember now.
Anathema?
Anathema, Untouchable Part 2, I think, from the Weather album.
Yeah.
And we're going to play a little classical piece. It's the violin sonata, the sonata for violin from Debussy, Fanny Robillard playing. It's a very good recording, and the violin is really very close to saturation when you listen to it. So it's something where you hear differences pretty quickly. Ideal track for it. It's going to be a long one, probably, again.
10.
We have to test 10 of them.
10, 10. Well, 1 without, and then 9 filters.
Yes.
So let's start just random order. We have the Akiko audio tuning stick. It's, they say, some sort of a grounding stick, and they have some, they told something about the principle on their website. They even have some measurements, which I couldn't reproduce, but that's because I don't know their settings, I don't know their equipment, I don't know anything. But we have some measurements of our own. A reader sent this to us.
Okay,
So
nice.
that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I doubt if they would send it in, honestly. We have the Kemp SNS plug, the new one. This has some other electronics inside and some stuff. I will write it in our article. I think the article will be live tomorrow because I prepped everything. I just have to add our listening test and then it's finished. So, Kemp SNS plug. The price range differs drastically, by the way. I'll put all the prices in the article. Some are €1,000, some are only 100.
Seriously?
Yeah, seriously. This one from Ansuz is €1,000.
But you get it in a nice box.
Oh yeah, very nice box. And I don't know the prices from these NordOst QRT plugs, but they're pretty expensive as well.
Okay.
Some are 200, some are 400, and some are 1,000. So it differs quite drastically. Then we have Ansuz. They send us two. We have the Sparkz and the Sparkz TC2. It's different. The TC2 has electronics inside. It does something. I'm not sure what it does. And this has the famous Tesla coils inside. And they use these Tesla coils all over the place in their electronics as well. So this is based on their Tesla coil technology. Then we have a Furutech NCF plug. It's called clear line technology, and a lot of people have these.
Okay.
And I'm curious what you think. This is also some sort of Tesla coil technology. It has two coils on the plus and the minus, and they say it does something. And a lot of people have these, I noticed, and you can find a lot of reviews online. Then, of course, Isotek, the Isoplug, parallel filter, just like the Kemp SNS plug. And, it's a parallel filter, so nothing more to say. Of course, they use different components and different filter slopes and stuff like that, so it differs in some ways. IFI AC Purifier, also a well-used product.
Yep.
A lot of our readers also have these. You plug it in. It's also a polarity checker, by the way, which is funny.
Yeah.
It's grounded. You can even ground. I'll find it back. Even ground your equipment to it. So it's kind of a smart
Device.
Smart filter plug. Then we have the QRT and QRT plugs from NordOst. We have the QK1 and the QV2. And I'm not sure what the difference is. I'll have to look it up again. Sorry. Some producers have stories like this. It has some electronics inside. I saw that. I can't open it. The plugs I opened are also open on the photos, but this is just, I think it's glued.
Ah, okay.
And I don't want to break it because I tried and it's just stuck. And otherwise I would break the product and I can't test it here because it's broken. But it does some stuff and it's different from the others, of course. I'm not gonna say anything more than that. But NordOst. So these are 9 plugs. First we're gonna do a baseline, of course.
Maybe you have to tell something about what these things do as opposed to a power conditioner like we have here, like an Aquarius or a Titan.
Yeah, I think that's a good one. Half of these is a parallel filter.
Mm-hmm.
So Isotek, Kemp, the IFI is also a parallel filter. Then you have the plugs that actively influence the grid. They have a chip inside it measures something and it counteracts the noise on the grid. And I'm not sure you have, I think this is the one that does that. That's a,
This one is
not
active,
really, it's a hybrid
okay.
solution, yeah. And these you plug in, it has to, the chip does the work. And Kemp also has plugs like that. I think it's also called the Q plug or QRT, some sort of with a Q. And it works differently. Then you have these plugs with coils, Tesla coils or otherwise coils inside. And what matters to me is what they say the plug does. I mean, you can have all kinds of technology, but if you say it lowers noise, I want to see in the measurements objectively that the noise is lowered. I don't care about the noise, that's about the sound, that's your job right now. I want to see that it does something, and I'm not going to spoil anything. We're going to do that in the end. I'll show some measurements on the laptop, and I'll explain to you what these measurements do, because it's bizarrely complicated. I noticed measuring these kinds of devices and filters is really hard. I've had help because I was kind of lost. But what I can tell you is that we try to follow the industry standard in measuring power conditioners and filters, because it really matters how you do it. It's just like if you have a computer, 1 megahertz on chip A is different from 1 megahertz on chip B, because you have instructions per cycle and all stuff like that, and software reacts differently on how you process. An ARM is different from x86. Well, maybe that's also too complicated, I'm not sure. But if you measure a power conditioner, you have to have a load. You have to load these plugs with a certain resistance or impedance. If you don't do that, you get different measurements. So we contacted Isotek and others. How did you measure it? And most of the industry standard says 50 ohms.
Okay.
So we used 50 ohms. And I also did a measurement on 1 and 33 ohms to show you the difference in what it does. It's bizarre.
Okay.
So that's what we did. And in the article there you can see all pictures. So no black box, no secrets. We photographed everything so you can see what we did, how we did it. And now you know we measured all of these with 50 ohm load.
Yep. And how do you utilize these at home?
You just plug them in.
You plug them in. So what we do here, because we have power conditioners, but you unplugged one of the components that we're going to listen to from the power conditioner.
That's an important one. Thanks. If you plug in a filter, it filters.
Yep.
And even if you plug it in the power strip or the distributor strip, it does something. So we use a Titan and an Aquarius. So we can't use these in our system because it's already conditioned.
Yep.
So we used the Sonnet Positea for this one, and we plugged it in right next to us. It's a completely different power group with all LEDs. So it's dirty.
Yep.
And the Sonnet is now connected to that line. So we can use these just in the same power strip as the Sonnet to measure the influence.
So that's comparable to what people do at home probably.
Yeah,
so
probably.
They have a plug in the wall, they plug in their stereo, they have a power distribution strip for the stereo probably.
Yeah.
And then you plug it into
the
strip.
Ideally, yeah. I use them in situations where I know like an LED is connected to it. I just plug it in to cancel out that noise.
Yep.
And yeah, some actually do something, and some are very hard to even hear, I think, because I sampled them, but that's up to you.
Yep.
But yeah, that's how you should use them. Yeah.
Then something about the process, because probably this stream is going to be long, but also about it's going to be shared on different sites, like we had with the loudspeaker cable test.
Yeah.
People, one thing, this is not a scientific kind of setup that we are doing. We know that. It's, I think, nearly impossible to get a proper scientific way to measure this.
Yeah.
So when we say I tested blind, the only thing is I'm listening to it. I haven't seen the measurements. I haven't heard it before.
No.
Jaap is going to plug in the different ones. I can't see it. We have shielded it from my view.
You can't see that on screen. Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
If you look at the right speaker in front of you,
Yep.
in the left corner, you see our loudspeakers. You see there is a cover from Aya.
Steely Dan cover.
Behind that one.
Used behind it. I can't see it. So
Yeah.
you have to believe us that I'm not going to look, or I'm influenced anyway by it.
No.
Well, it's up to you to believe it or not. But why should we lie about this? Because where's the fun if I'm not going to listen blind?
No. That was the whole idea.
Yeah, that's the whole idea. And we learn a lot about these tests, like we did with the speaker cable test.
Wow, yeah, that was
and like
remarkable.
you did before with the interconnect test.
Okay, Philier says we believe.
Okay.
That's great, yeah.
So just for the record, for people who are gonna watch this back and are gonna comment about it on different forums, yes, we know this isn't scientific, and that's fine.
Well, for us, it's more like I'm curious.
Yes.
Really, really curious. I mean, measurements. I know on ASR, people just go blind for the signal to noise and distortion tests, like with the DA converters or with the amplifiers. The lower the C0 or signal noise and distortion, the better. I was sitting here with Kees Ruitenberg from Sonnet because he was curious about his Kratos on our TADs.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, finally, you're going to hear your amp on a real speaker. Haha, we know the guy pretty well, so he can take it. And it was pretty clear that our pulse labs had a bigger image than his Kratos. In some ways, I think the Kratos was very competitive. I mean, it's half the price, but it was tight, it was controlled, it was everything. But the thing that was striking is that our measurements, because I grabbed our measurements, he knows his, we have the same device. Damping factor is practically the same. Of course, our pulse labs is more powerful, but we didn't play that loud that it mattered. But the image was so different. And still, signal to noise, pretty comparable. Damping factor, pretty comparable. Both are class AB, sorry. So how do you measure stereo imaging? He didn't know. I asked him, how is this possible? I said, yeah, I don't know. I mean, damping factor influences the imaging. We know that the higher the damping factor, the flatter the image, but the tighter the bass, the more control you get. So more feedback, more control, but it gets dry. That's why the pulse labs doesn't have a damping factor of 1,000. But he was like, yeah, it's practically the same, so we don't know. Measurements don't say everything. It's not the whole story. You still have to use your ears. And that's something I think is very, very important to make clear. That's why we do both.
Yeah.
I want to know how it measures, and I want to know how it performs.
And the crazy thing is, when I play music at home, I don't measure anything at all.
No.
I just use my ears to listen to it. So.
And you should. I mean, I like knowing stuff, and I want to link stuff, but I have to accept that not everything can be measured.
No.
And that's I think it's really important.
So onto the music, I think.
First the bass line. I'm gonna hide these.
Yeah.
Now.
So we're gonna listen to the tracks just straight from the without any filtering, and then we're gonna compare with the different filters to listen and see how it differs, if it differs, and how it differs. And then after a while we will have some conclusion at the end. Yeah. So that's the process.
One thing, I had a question on Facebook about grounding. They said, do you also use the plugs ungrounded? No. And here's why. 75% of these plugs don't even have a ground. So you don't need to ground it. And second of all, we have grounded our complete system. I'm not gonna toy with grounding because it's a security thing, it's a safety thing. I don't want to mess with safety. And by the way, our system is not cheap, and we're in a factory. We get a lot of spikes through the grid, and I don't want to mess with grounding in a situation like this. If you want to try it at home, sure you can, but know that 75% of these plugs isn't even grounded, so you don't need to tape off grounds or take the wire out or anything like that. It doesn't matter. Also, if a device is meant to be grounded, ground it. They don't do it for nothing. That's just what I wanted to say. Let's get started.
Let's get started.
This is the baseline. Which track do we start with?
I think Lonnie Deer,
Okay.
then Weather, and then the Debussy.
Okay. Yeah. Lonely Deer. There we go. 63. Oh.
Nothing happens here. You're safe here. Sleep under my eyes. Restful with a monster, but you're safer here. 'Cause under my call, nothing happens here. Happens here. Under my call, on my call, I won't let it. Under my command, we shut it out. It's funny here. I'll sing it for you. I'm soaring quietly above the ground. 'Cause under my call, it's quiet here. It is quiet here. Under
track.
Yeah, this is a very nice track. Yeah, he's sorry.
Yeah.
He's a guy from Sweden.
Yeah.
Who's been playing in different kinds of under different names, together and alone. And with the Lonnie Deer name, he's been active for quite some time. He's, I think, a bit under the radar. And this album, also called Lonnie Deer, it's been recorded in Real World Studios. So
Yeah.
that was his first big contract.
Yeah.
And very nicely done. And his thing is layering of sounds.
Yeah, I noticed.
He's building and building and building, and those big soundscapes.
Crazy.
So, yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
Now, one of my favorites from I think the past week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you just singly-handed boosted the rankings on Cobus.
Yeah. Anathema. Okay, I definitely like progressive rock and metal. I didn't know Anathema that well, but this was a Rune suggestion after Steven Wilson, and it was pretty spot on for me.
Yeah, they're also signed with the K-Scope label, so the same label as where Steven Wilson is signed.
Oh, okay, I didn't know. Thanks. Cool.
Yeah, I have a K-Scope sampler, and I found in my my collection that I have a Anathema track.
Oh,
I didn't know.
I hope our people like it. There's a guy that's up at 3:30. I don't know, somewhere across the ocean. I think 3:49 a.m. He had a good cup of coffee. I said, I hope we don't disappoint him. Anathema.
Yep.
Why I should feel this way, why I should feel this way, why I should feel the same. There's something I cannot say, something I cannot say, something I can't explain. I feel you outside at the edge of my life. I see you walk by at the edge of my side.
Why I should follow my heart, why I should follow my heart, why I should fall apart, why I should follow my dreams, why I should follow my dreams, why I should be at peace.
I feel you outside at the edge of my life. I see you walk by at the edge of my side. I had to let you go to the setting sun. I had to let you go and find a way back home. I had to let you go
to the setting sun. I had to let you go and find a way back home. To let you go to the setting sun. I had to let you go and find a way back home.
Fun fact, I think, about his music. The string arrangements are made by Dave Stewart. And Dave Stewart we know from the Eurythmics, I think.
Oh, no kidding.
That Dave Stewart, yeah.
Aha, cool.
So this was the first album where they introduced strings into their compositions. And Dave Stewart also did the string arrangements for their album, which is after this one.
Nice.
Yeah.
Also, fun fact, I sent a message yesterday to the editor group. You don't want to play this on a bad system.
No.
It becomes really messy.
And don't play this in the car,
Yeah,
not using cruise control.
Yeah, you drive
Only-
way too fast.
Only with cruise control.
Yeah, it's an interesting song because I mostly listen it here or in the typing area, you know, behind the computer. Both are pretty good systems, but in my kitchen it's pretty bad because of the acoustics. And I was like, this is a mess. It's really bad. But it's not the recording. It's excellent. Let's try your
Debussy.
song, Debussy. Okay, nice. All right. Yeah,
Um,
acoustic.
Well, this
Music.
is clear. Yeah, the electricity here is horrible. This is bordering on unlistenable.
I mostly notice the differences in songs like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, classical music, acoustical music, then you clearly hear that there's something wrong in
Yeah.
the harmonics.
Not only that, but it's like she's shaking on the violin
Yeah.
almost.
Yeah, yeah.
And the piano is very harsh.
Okay.
That's something I noticed already also in the other tracks. The Anathema track also, the pianos are
Oh yeah,
very harsh and
Yeah.
wobbly
Yeah.
sounding.
True.
And that's not the Passitea, because
No.
we know what it can do.
Yeah.
So there's definitely something going on with electricity and feeding it, and it's being exaggerated by the system, I think. So if you have something which isn't as revealing as this deck, you notice the differences also, but not as much as you hear it here. So this is a very revealing system in that way.
It is. Yeah, true. And I know about this, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna plug in the
Yeah.
first one. Know that it's not gonna be the level of the Aquarius. We normally use the
Sure.
Isotek Aquarius. Of course, I compare them in some ways, and you can't expect a €200 plug-in filter, parallel filter, to have the level of a full-fledged power conditioner that's 10 times the price.
It would have been nice if that was the case. I
That
mean,
would have been very nice,
but it isn't.
but it isn't. So also for you viewers that know this system, not from sitting on the couch, some of you maybe, we're not going to take it to the level that you're used to, but we'll do our best.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just demoed that some filters have a polarization, and we have the ultimate polarity checker. I check the phase, and then I plug it in a certain way, indicated by the producer. So
Okay.
some need to be polarized because of the system inside. Okay, first one is in.
Yep.
We'll start with this Lonely Deer.
Oh, this one is also right.
Yeah, that's fresh in memory. Oh, shoot.
Doe maar de anathema dan.
Anathema. Okay. We don't do any intermediate thing. Okay. We'll just play and play and play and then switch.
Why I should feel this way, why I should feel this way, why I should feel the same. There's something I cannot say, something I cannot say, something I can't explain. Feel you outside at the edge of my life. I see you walk by at the edge of my side.
Why I should follow my heart, why I should follow my heart, why I should fall apart, why I should follow my dreams, why I should follow my dreams, why I should be at peace. Feel you outside at the edge of my life. I see you walk by at the edge of my side. I had to let you go to the setting sun. I had to let you go and find a way back home. I had to let you go to the setting sun. I had to let you go and find a way back.
Okay. Next. Lonely.
Under my call, nothing happens here. You're safe here. Sleep under my eyes, restful with a monster, but you're safer here. 'Cause under my call, nothing happens here. Happens here. Under my call, on my call, I won't let it. Under my command, we shut it out. It's funny here. I'll sing it for you. I'm soaring quietly above the ground. 'Cause under my call, it's quiet here. It's quiet here. Under my call,
you can give any feedback.
Yeah. Well, I think the main difference is, and that's for all 3 tracks, is that the level of unease that I felt by listening to the unfiltered, the first one, is gone. So it's much more enjoyable to listen to. Certainly the Debussy track.
Yeah, that was a big difference.
That was huge. Yeah.
Yeah.
But also I noticed with the Anathema track that the strings, so the violins were much more prominent, and everything that happened afterwards was nicely layered upon the strings. In the piano, let's see what I did right. The acoustic guitar, sorry. The acoustic guitar had much more notes and sounded more like a real acoustic guitar. So you heard the different overtones of the guitar better. And there was an edge to his voice, not to her voice, but to his voice in the first time we played it, which was gone the second time. And with Lonnie Deer, well, the layering, what I noticed the first time when there were more layers added on top of the music, that the sounds that were playing before were like crushed, or the color changed a little bit, and that was gone with this one. So the color of the notes that were already playing were there, and it was much more punchy than
It was.
the first time around.
That was funny because when I was creating the samples, of course I did hear some bit differences here and there, but now I'm sitting here more relaxed and more focused on what I'm hearing. It had more punch.
Yes.
Definitely in the bass, like
Yeah.
tuk, 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 there was drive, and that was a funny difference. Yeah.
Yeah.
And yes, an S booster can stabilize pretty much everything. It's a heavy one. This I had to brace our cheap distribution block to keep it from falling over.
You use an S booster as a
Yeah, it can
Okay,
boost
great.
anything. Well, the people on YouTube know what I plugged in next. There was a question about, don't they need to stabilize before you listen? It's a filter. What I noticed with the Isoteks, you put them in, it works. The warming up, not really. An amplifier, of course, needs to warm up, but these plug-in filters, I didn't notice any difference between plugging it in or after an hour. It's
Okay.
Do you notice any warm-up time with your Audes?
No, but it's on all the time anyway. It
Yeah,
had,
but when you bought it, maybe I
no,
don't know.
when I bought it,
Yeah, it was
not so
brand
much.
new.
Yeah, it was brand new.
Yeah.
So it wasn't so much a question of warm-up time. It was a question of playing time.
But know that all these filters
Yeah.
have been plugged in days before I measured them, because I don't want any discussion about burn-in time. All of them have been plugged in for days,
Yep.
and we've been working on this for a month.
Yeah.
So they had their time, believe me. Next,
Next one.
we'll start with Lonely Deer.
Yeah.
Under my call, nothing happens here. You're safe here. Sleep under my eyes, restful with a monster, but you're safer here. 'Cause under my call, nothing happens here. Happens here. Under my call, on my call, I won't let it. Under my command, we shut it out. It's funny here. I'll sing it for you. I'm soaring quietly above the ground. 'Cause under under my call. It's quiet here. It's quiet here. Under my call. Under my call. Sleep under my brush. Under my command, the ship's clear. Dark eyed, the harbor's wait. And far beyond the dangers, we'll laugh at it. When we're safe here. Remember to tie your bed to the forest wall. Don't ever wake up here. Remember the roar. Can you hear it? It's quiet now.
Doe de BC maar.
Ja. Precies. Ja.
Why I should feel this way. Why I should feel this way. Why I should feel the same. There's something I cannot say. Something I cannot say. Something I can't explain. I feel you outside at the edge of my life. I see you walk by at the edge of my side.
Why I should follow my heart. Why I should follow my heart. Why I should fall apart. Why I should follow my
the edge of my life.
This is funny.
It's different.
It's different, yeah. It's not like day and night or huge, but it's obviously different than the previous one. I think the most important difference with the previous one is that there's lots more reverb than we heard before, especially noticeable in Lonnie Deer and the Debussy part, definitely. But the whole sound is a little bit more drier, and that's because there's more emphasis on the midtones as compared to the previous one. That's very noticeable. But the effect is that the transparency of the image is the image is also a bit bigger than with the previous one.
Yeah.
And a little bit more transparent.
And compared to stock?
The image of the stock was, I think it's the same size as with the stock. So I think that with the second one, it shrunk a little bit.
More focused,
Yes.
maybe.
It shrunk.
Shrunk a little bit.
Shrunk a little bit.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
So it's, I think, comparable again with the first one, but it's more without the restlessness of the unfiltered one.
Yeah.
First one.
Mm-hmm. Less glazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what I noticed with this one, when he started to sing with the Anathema track, when he started to sing, the impact of what he was singing was
Bigger.
bigger. You felt the lyrics better than with the previous one.
It's less dry. Yes, true. I think it's compared to stock, but yeah, the stock was more focused, but maybe a little bit less airy.
Yeah.
But the S sounds were harsher than the previous one.
Yes.
Like
Yes. It's more the midtones and the higher tones. The tonal balance from high to low was more emphasized on the mids and the highs than the low.
Yeah.
than with
The
one.
previous one had more punch in the bass.
Absolutely,
and
and more
was
wa-
less harsh.
Yeah, more warmth.
Yeah, definitely more warmth.
Yeah.
Okay. We have another one now ready to go. Anathema as a start.
Yeah.
It's still fresh in memory.
Why I should feel this way, why I should feel this way, why I should feel the same. There's something I cannot say, something I cannot say, something I can't explain. I feel you outside at the edge of my life. I see you walk by at the edge of my side.
Why I should follow my heart, why I should follow my heart, why I should fall apart, why I should follow my dreams, why I should follow my dreams, why I should be edge of my life. I see you walk by at the edge of my side.
Oké, andere.
Zo mooi.
Ja, maar heel anders.
Under my call, nothing happens here. You're safe here. Sleep under my eyes, restful with a monster, but you're safer here. 'Cause under my call, nothing happens here, happens here. Under my call, on my call, I won't let it. Under my command, we shut it out. It's funny here. I'll sing it for you. We're soaring quietly above the ground. 'Cause under my call, it's quiet here. It is quiet here. Under my call, under my call, sleep under my brush. Under my command, the ship's clear. Dark eye, the harbor's wait. And far beyond the dangers, we'll laugh at it. When we're safer here. Remember to tie your bed to the floors and walls. Don't ever wake up here. Remember the roar. Can you hear it? It's quiet now.
Well, that was the difference. That was-
Definitely, yeah. I'm glad you hear it as well. I heard some of the same differences during the sampling. One guy is asking, is it possible that I hear a difference in imaging on my headphones? Yes.
Yes.
That's why we use this microphone setup. I think the main difference is imaging.
Not just imaging. There was a rhythmic drive in the
Yeah.
music, which is far better and more prominent than any of the other ones before. I think compared with the previous one, I think that the previous one filtered too much. So the rhythmic drive was gone, which is completely back here. It's a little less relaxed. There's a little bit of that wobbliness in this one back compared to the previous one, but the rhythmic drive, the coherence in the imaging, the depth of the imaging, the depth of the tones, the
Yeah.
notes,
Yeah. The layering
the layering
was amazing.
Yeah, that was much nicer.
So,
If I had to
summarize. Baseline,
baseline, yeah, that was the impact. But the punch, there was much not just punch, but there was more rhythmic drive in it.
but we started out with for the viewers that just tuned in, some are just
Yep.
tuned in. We're testing plug-in filters. You can see that on the right side of your screen. We now have the one on screen. I wanted to mention it, but I can't
No.
because Martijn is doing a blind test. I know what's plugged in for you guys. I measured all of them, but I don't. My opinion doesn't matter because I am biased. So for the listening part of the article that will be online around tomorrow, only Martijn's input will be in the article, not mine. But we're testing plug-in filters. You know, the kind of filters you just put in the distribution block and it does a job and it shoots influence the sound. You can hear what we hear on the microphones, and we are now with the third contender. We had the baseline test and we had three filters already.
Yes.
So this is the fourth one.
Yep.
And with the baseline, we're halfway, around halfway. We've been online for 90 minutes already. But we have air conditioning now, so
yes,
it's a lot better than...
a lot better than the last
Wow,
one. Yeah.
it was really hot then. So let's start out.
Yep.
Harbors. And if you want to support these kinds of tests, please support us on Patreon. You can log in onto our website with Patreon and you can have access to all the samples and all the measurements and stuff like that. So we really appreciate it if you support these kinds of tests because they're not paid. Nothing. We do these for free for you and also for all the contenders. They didn't pay anything, so we can be unbiased. That's very important to us. Let's go.
Under my call, nothing happens here. You're safe here. Sleep under my eyes, restful with a monster, but you're safer here. 'Cause under my call, nothing happens here. Happens here. Under my call, on my call, I won't let it. Under my command, we shut it out. It's funny here. I'll sing it for you. I'm soaring quietly above the ground. 'Cause under my call, it's quiet here. It's quiet here. Under my out beyond all the dangers. We laugh at it when we're safe here. Remember to tie your bed to the forest walls. Don't ever wake up here. Remember the roar. Can you hear it? It's quiet now.
Why I should feel this way, why I should feel this way, why I should feel the same. There's something I cannot say, something I cannot say, something I can't explain. I feel you outside at the edge of my life. I see you walk by at the edge of my side.
Why I should follow my heart, why I should follow my heart, why I should fall apart, why I should follow my dreams, why I should follow my dreams, why I should be at peace.
I feel you outside at the edge of my life. I see you walk by at the edge of my side. I had to let you go.
Harbors, hè? Nog. Of hadden we die al?
Nee, die hadden het. De
Sonate.
versie.
Ja. Het irriteert me zelfs. This one annoys me.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
It's ringing, it's harsh, it's
It's compressed. It's the
no,
whole
no dynamics,
no dynamics. No,
nothing. Ugh.
but it really had a trouble with the transients. You heard it pretty much with Lonnie Deer. It has rich sounds, but it's too much. So it's emphasizing everything, I think, at the cost of dynamics and the whole thing is unbalanced.
It made me feel nervous.
Yeah.
And especially with the last song. So in that sense, it's a very good test track.
Yes.
It made me really nervous and annoyed.
Yep.
But that's my opinion. But I saw your face, so I dare saying it. We felt the same.
With the why the Debussy track is so good. This recording is so good because it's on the edge. It's recorded on the edge, and when she strikes the violin,
Like
it's,
if
if it's
ringing.
not good, and if it's a very good reproduction, you get a very full sound, which is still controlled. And here it loses control.
Yeah, with the previous one, I was like, wow.
Yeah, that was nice.
Nice violin.
Yes.
Wow, rich in tone,
Yep.
but still very controlled. And with this one, it's like bang on your eardrum.
Yep.
It's okay. Well, I plugged in the next one. Let's start out with this one.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, you can all comment in the chat, of course. You can ask questions, anything you like. I'm here to do the chat, and we're not here for entertainment, but I'm chatting all the time.
You're very busy.
I'm really busy. Yeah.
Why I should feel this way, why I should feel this way, why I should feel the same. There's something something I cannot say, something I cannot say, something I can't explain. I feel you outside at the edge of my life. I see you walk by at the edge of my side.
Why I should follow my heart, why I should follow my heart, why I should fall apart, why I should follow my dreams, why I should follow my dreams, why I should be at peace.
Feel you outside at the edge of my life. I see you walk by at the edge of my side. I had to let you go to the setting sun. I had to let you go and find a way back home. I had to let you go to the setting sun. I had to let you go and find a way back home.
Under my call, nothing happens here. You're safe here. Sleep under my eyes, restful with a monster, but you're safer here. 'Cause under my call, nothing happens here. Happens here. Under my call, on my call, I won't let it. Under my command, we shut it out. It's funny here. I'll sing it for you. We're soaring quietly above the ground. 'Cause under my call, it's quiet here. It's quiet here. Under my call, under my call. Sleep under my brush. Under my command, the ship's clear. Dark eye, the harbor's wait. And far beyond the dangers, we laugh at it. When we're safer here. Remember to tie your bed to the forest walls. Don't ever wake up here. Remember the roar. Can you hear it?
Damn, what an improvement. Over the previous one, that is.
Yeah, that's true. But here the layering is the imaging is it's not compressed, but the layering is gone in the image. It's smaller, and the bass notes are very prominent in this one.
Yeah.
So it's emphasizing the bass, overemphasizing the bass, I think.
The bass, yeah. Yeah.
And what I heard both in Debussy and the Anathema track is that the piano is not very clear. It's like a bit muddled, and especially the piano.
Okay. Yeah.
And also with the Debussy track, it's a violin accompanied by a piano, and here the violin was placed behind the piano. Where in the other ones it's more the violin in front of the piano. So that's a big difference. But I think that's because of the bass emphasis.
Yeah, I think so, because bass normally creates depth and imaging, and the mid and highs are for focusing.
Yeah.
That's what I noticed. If you put in a sub in a system, you get a different image, mostly larger.
Yeah.
So yeah, if something emphasizes the bass, you normally get a larger imaging, but it could be disrupted. Yeah. Okay, next, and then have some lunch.
Yeah, let's do one more. Yeah.
One more, and then we will have some lunch. Let's start with harbors. It's also, we can be cancelled out because I get some warnings about tracks on YouTube. I hope it will stay online. Okay, next one. That's number 7 already. Yeah, all right.
Under my car, nothing happens here. You're safe here. Sleep under my eyes, restful. With a monster, but you're safer here.
Oh, fuck.
'Cause under my car, nothing happens here. Happens here. Under my car, on my car, I won't let it. Under my command, we shut it out. It's funny here. I'll sing it for you. I'm soaring quietly above the ground. 'Cause under my car, it's quiet here. It's quiet here. Under my car, under my car. Sleep under my brush. Under my command, the ship's clear. Dark eyed, the harbor's wait. And far beyond the dangers, we laugh at it. When we're safer here. Remember to tie your bed to the forest wall. Don't ever wake up here. Remember the roar. Can you hear it? It's quiet now.
Anathema.
Why I should feel this way, why I should feel this way, why I should feel the same. There's something I cannot say, something I cannot say, something I can't explain. I feel you outside at the edge of my life. I see you walk by at the edge of my side.
Nou, niet heel veel, maar...
I fooled you. What did you hear? He didn't know, folks. What did you hear changing when I plugged it in?
The voice.
And what did you think before and what did you think afterwards?
Before I said...
Yeah, I'm curious.
There wasn't hardly any reverb. With the Lonnie there, when the layering is starting, so there are those small sounds in the background, and when more layers were added, those disappeared completely.
Wow, you are freaky, man. Oh, your microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So
He said repeat.
when with the Lonnie there, which is very layered, so it starts out very soft and with small sounds in the background, and the what you should hear with every layer added, that those remain. I mean, they should still be present, but they disappeared completely.
I said you are one freaky guy because I didn't plug in anything.
Okay.
And I added the TC2 because I noticed during sampling it does something with the bass. But I was also wondering myself, do you hear the same? I plugged it in and you said I heard something in the voice.
Yeah. So when he was singing.
Yeah. I plugged it in during him singing.
Yeah. And I said that the mids were very in your face and not that much higher information before. And when you plugged it in, then the mids, his voice opened up.
Yep. Wow. Well, a blind test. I fooled him and he still heard it. And I heard the same. I was like, yeah, it's a little bit harsh, a little bit upfront. It's a little bit hissy on his vocals. And with the classical piece, I heard it on the piano. It was just not very nice.
With the classical piece, the transients were very hard.
Yeah.
So when
like
she,
ding.
yeah, that. But also when she plays a violin, when she plays a string, then it almost saturated, oversaturated, like the system couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
That's a very much a sign of the energy not being handled correctly. The energy of the violin string. Yeah.
Did it correlate with your first impression, baseline?
Yeah, with the violin, I said unpleasant, a harsh violin sound, and that was back. Yeah.
Well, on that bombshell, we're having lunch. We'll be back in 20 minutes, I think.
Something like
Something
that.
like that. Wow. Respect. This was very, very not nice of me to do. But I communicated it in the chat. I said, I'm going to fool him. I'm not going to plug in anything.
Yeah. Okay.
But you survived, man. Well, it was pretty clear for me as well, I must admit. Plugging it out was going back to harshness.
Yes.
A little bit flat and unpleasant.
Yep.
But yeah, okay. I'm going to switch off the...
Yeah, flat, kalig.
yeah,
That's
kalig.
Same thing I said in the first one. Yeah.
Which bookshelf speakers do you guys use? Several. I have some Sonus Faber Lumina 2s. And at home I have some Dali Epicon 2. Which are both very nice.
I have floor standing monitors at home.
Well, they're kind of a hybrid.
Yeah.
They're sort of bookshelf in floor standing
Yes.
form.
Yes.
Uh,
Those you cannot buy anymore. They're 20
No.
years old.
yeah, but they're wonderful. I know them. Yeah. Yeah, let's have some lunch. I'll put on a timer again on screen, but I have to do it in the other room. We'll be back, let's say, around 12:40, I think.
Yep.
Maybe a little bit sooner, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Some-
Sorry guys, but we need a break. This is a very long
And it's very intense.
Yes.
After lunch, we start with one
baseline.
baseline track to
Yes.
get into the music again. Otherwise, you don't have a reference anymore.
No.
And then we'll do the last couple of filters for you. Okay, see
Okay.
you back.
See you later.
Oh, wait. All right, we're back in business, man. Good. Back in business. I hope you had a great lunch as well.
We've been fed.
Yeah.
We're fresh.
We're fresh again.
Again, as far as we can, of course.
Of course, we had some. Welcome back to your own broadcast. Thank you, Nicholas. Yeah, these tests are pretty long, and yeah, we always say it's not for entertainment; it's more for transparency. That's obviously true, but yeah, well, I'm still trying to entertain you guys with some neat tricks like we did before lunch, but Martijn. He survived our. He survived our. Hoe zeg je? Nou, okay, he survived the test. I'm glad because, well, it proves that there are differences. You still don't know which plugs are in, but you heard a difference, and it correlated with the baseline test. So that's good. I heard it, but you never know whether it's psychological or
that's
real.
True. Yeah.
And I know I didn't plug in anything, so maybe my brain tells me what to hear, but you didn't know, and you still had the same feeling like, yeah, it's a little bit harsh, and it loses control, and that's good. We're gonna start out with the baseline test again. I'm going to take out the latest plug.
Yeah, and for people who haven't joined us before, we're testing plug-in filters. I'm doing it blind, so I don't know what's been plugged in or not plugged in. And we're using 3 tracks, one from the Swedish artist who operates under the name Lonnie Deer.
Yep.
A very layered track from Anathema, British, I think, or American. I don't know. British, I think. They are from Sheffield or something.
Doesn't really sound American.
No. Anyway, a band which started out originally as death metal.
Yeah,
I read
doom metal.
Or doom metal.
It's British. Yeah, it's from Liverpool.
Liverpool, okay.
Yeah.
But more like progressive right now, and they have a very nice track from their album Weather. It's called Untouchable Part 2.
Yeah.
And the third track is from the violin sonata, one of the violin sonatas from Debussy, from the French violinist Fanny Robillard.
Yeah.
And that's a very good one to hear any differences, because that recording is so on the edge of what's possible with recording that anything which is off makes her sound harsh or unpleasant, or the attacks on the strings are too much for the audio system to handle.
Yeah, it's a good track.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
Yeah, you hear obvious differences in the piano and in the violin.
Yep.
So, Franz Schmidt also wrote some music reviews in the past, and he says, yeah, it's from Liverpool, but he was there first before us. Shall we just start out with the bass line?
With the bass line again. Yep.
For all the people that just joined, these tests we do for free. You can support us on Patreon if you like. We want to do them as transparent as possible, and we want to be unbiased. So if you like these kinds of tests, you can support us via Patreon. But before we go to the next plug, we first set our baseline. Shall we start with Harbors?
Yep.
Okay.
Under my call,
Yeah.
nothing happens here. You're safe here. Sleep under my eyes, restful with a monster, but you're safer here. 'Cause under my call, nothing happens here. Happens here. Under my call, on my call, I won't let it. Under my command, we shot it out. It's funny here, I don't sing it for you. We're soaring quietly above the ground. 'Cause under my call, it's quiet here. It is quiet here. Under my call, under my call. Sleep under my brush. Under my command, the ship's clear. Dark eyed, the harbor's wait. And far beyond the dangers, we laugh at it. When we're safer here, remember to tie your bed to the forest wall. Don't ever wake up here. Remember the roar. Can you hear it? It's quiet now.
Yeah.
Why I should feel this way, why I should feel this way, why I should feel the same. There's something I cannot say, something I cannot say, something I can't explain. I feel you outside at the edge of my life. I the edge of my side.
Why I should follow my heart, why I should follow my heart, why I should fall apart, why I should follow my.
I always notice something on his voice, like something is in his throat
Yeah.
at the start of the song. It's very hissy.
And the piano is very wobbly.
Yeah, it's dancing. It's weird. Yeah, I have to plug in the next one. I have to check my schedule.
Just for reference, number 7, did I hear it correctly? Because you didn't plug it in, and then at the end you plugged it in.
Yeah.
So did we evaluate that one good enough, or are we gonna evaluate?
Yeah, I
that one?
think so. Yeah. The voice changed.
Yeah, the voice.
Definitely. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, our bass line is set. Ready?
Yep.
We'll start with Anathema. It's fresh in memory.
Why I should feel this way, why I should feel this way, why I should feel the same. There's something I cannot say, something I cannot say, something I can't explain. I feel you outside at the edge of my life. I see you walk by at the edge of my side.
Why I should follow my heart, why I should follow my heart, why I should fall apart, why I should follow my dreams, why I should follow my dreams, why I should be at peace.
I feel you outside at the edge of my life.
Under my call, nothing happens here. You're safe here. Sleep under my eyes, restful with a monster, but you're safer here. 'Cause under my call, nothing happens here. Happens here. Under my call, I might call, I won't let it. Under my command, we shot it out. It's funny here, I don't sing it for you. We're soaring quietly above the ground. 'Cause under my call, it's quiet here. It's quiet here. Under my call, under my call, sleep under my brush. Under my command, the ship's clear. Dark eyed, the harbor's wait. And far beyond the dangers, we'll laugh at it. When we're safer here. Remember to tie your bed to the forest wall. Don't ever wake up here. Remember the roar. Can you hear it? It's quiet now.
And the viool. It's an odd one.
It's like it doesn't do that much compared to the bass line. For my feeling, it's almost the same, but the dynamics are worse. It has really problems with the harsh piano notes and the violins.
Read my notes.
And
It's very subtle,
yeah,
but I'm not sure if there is any difference, to be honest.
well, there's one difference that in Lonnie Dur, the start, that soft sounds in the background, they stay longer,
Yeah.
but that's about it.
I'm not sure. If you hear a track twice, you hear more.
Yeah.
That's why during a demo, I always, when there are new people in the room, I always play the track twice and then change something. We're experienced listeners, but still, I think, yeah, is it the difference? Because if I switch back, it probably will be the same.
But
It's definitely not as obvious
No.
as the other ones,
if
if anything at all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm really doubting that.
Yeah, Jeffrey, he said you do it blind next time. Sure, I'm all in. But if you read my notes, it's exactly what I said, and I'm biased.
Yep.
So I won't use my notes, but you
Hey.
say the same.
Jeffrey, then you have to be here for us to
Yeah.
change all the stuff if he has to be blind.
You go blind. He's of course our editor.
Yeah, one of the editors.
He
yeah.
reviews a lot of
Yeah.
gear. I think one of the most active ones.
I think Jeffrey has heard more than any of us combined, I think.
Yeah. He's definitely gaining on me. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And he has some
Um,
really nice stuff at home right now.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
keep your eyes out for the reviews because he has some very nice gear at home right now.
Oh, this is gonna be an interesting one.
Okay. Yeah.
No. It's not about the plugs. It's
Okay.
it's about something else. Sorry, I was not trying to. Is this the same? Okay, I can close this one.
Number 9.
No, 8, because I fooled you. Remember?
Oh yeah. So this was number 7.
Not sure.
I've lost count.
Let me see. We have. This is 8. Because after this we have 2 to go.
Okay. So the previous one number 7, and then number 7 wasn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let's start with.
Lonely Deer.
No. The Sonata. We ended with that one.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Untouchable.
Why I should feel this way, why I should feel this way, why I should feel the same. There's something I cannot say, something I cannot say, something I can't explain. I feel you outside at the edge of my life. I see you walk by at the edge of my side.
should follow my heart, why I should follow my heart, why I should fall apart, why I should follow my dreams, why I should follow my dreams, why I should be at peace.
Under my call, nothing happens here. You're safe here. Sleep under my eyes, restful with a monster, but you're safer here. 'Cause under my call, nothing happens here. Happens here. Under my call, on my call, I won't let it. Under my command, we shut it out. It's funny here. I'll sing it for you. I'm soaring quietly above the ground. 'Cause under my call, it's quiet here. It's quiet here. Under my call, under my call, sleep under my brush. Under my command, the ship's clear. Dark eye, the harbor's wait. And far beyond the dangers, we'll laugh at it when we're safer here. Remember to tie your bed to the forest wall. Don't ever wake up here. Remember the roar. Can you hear it? It's quiet now.
Yeah, this was pretty clear.
Yeah, it kills it.
Oh man, it was
kills
just
everything.
smashing the previous one. This
Yeah.
was actually really good.
This one good?
It killed it.
Yeah, I have it. It's flat and boring.
I actually liked it.
Okay.
Okay, wow. Now, okay.
Okay.
I
I had the problem I have with this one is that the 3D pop of the stereo image is completely gone. It's completely flat, and
it
compared to
focused more. Yes, it loses some air.
a lot.
Okay, fair enough. But it did do something.
It did absolutely do something, yeah.
Yeah.
But I thought it did too much.
Oh, Jeffrey didn't like it with the last song. I liked the kick. It compressed maybe a little bit. It seemed louder. Did you have that feeling as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, it seemed
the-
louder.
What I noticed with the both with Debussy and with Anathema was that it struggled with the piano, and especially in Anathema it had very much trouble with the strings. So not one string but the collectival strings. And
Yeah,
it-
you listen differently than I do.
yeah, and the richness of the sounds of the different instruments was gone for me. I had trouble keeping my attention. That can
Okay.
be an after lunch
We
problem.
we don't agree on this
No.
one. No,
No.
I definitely liked it.
Okay.
It smashed the previous
Yeah,
filter, which didn't do that much.
no, they did not do nothing. But
No, it did nothing for me as well. It was so subtle that I'm wondering if it did anything at all.
Yep.
I did like the rhythm of this one.
Okay.
The kick, it loosed some of the harshness in the vocals. So I like the vocals. And I always focus like 90% on human voice.
Okay.
And that's maybe a sort of a hyper focus.
Yeah, that can be. I
Yeah.
mean, I have the same with instruments.
Yeah,
so
so I'm not sure about the instruments, but I did like the vocal part. It was definitely better with this one than without.
Okay.
But for me, it's important. Yes, it does something. And,
It does something. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's obvious.
and if you like it or not, that's up to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, next one. Okay. Okay, yeah. Which one did you like best up to now?
Ooh, that's a difficult question.
Yeah, really hard, I know.
I think number 3.
Number 3. Okay, yeah, I know which one that is.
Or no, not.
Okay, okay.
Let's
So the
a 4. That was
the-
the one to
the-
punch.
the fourth.
The fourth one was the fourth. The fourth we listened to. That's number 3. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, the
That's the
fourth
numbering. The numbering
stream.
is here.
Yeah, so
the
with
fourth-
the bass line, it's number 4.
Yeah.
And without the bass line, it's the third test
Yes.
object.
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I think I agree. It was kind of a overall good product.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the plug is in. And I'm curious about this one as well, of course. So, of course, you can put in the chat what you like. Like always, it's all over the place.
Yes.
But
that's the fun thing. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, there's like you said, like we. I remember also with the speaker cable test that we disagreed quite a lot on a few of them, and we agreed on a few of them.
Yeah.
And
but we had the same number 1.
Yeah.
And that's something.
that was something because then everything clicks. But
Yeah.
each and every one of us, so also the people who are joining us in the chat and who are listening in, you all have your preferences.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Otherwise, we would only have one manufacturer of amplifiers, one manufacturer of speakers, and there because we evaluate and we evaluate different sounds or how sound is produced differently.
Yeah, but
There
yeah.
there are things, but maybe because I play music myself, things like rhythm, richness in sound, that
Harmonics.
are the harmonics. That are the stuff that my ears are naturally trained on.
But Jeffrey says we agree a lot, and in this test we do.
Yes.
Yeah, we only the last one
Yeah.
I did like, and you don't. Maybe because it shifted some of the balance.
Well, one of the key characteristics of this set and your TAD speakers is the incredible layering in 3D pop.
Yeah.
That it can have,
Yeah, it can have that.
and
yeah.
that was gone too much for me in the last one.
Okay.
So
yeah,
that
true.
was a bit disappointing.
Let's do this one.
Yes.
Under my call, nothing happens here. You're safe here. Sleep under my eyes, restful with a monster, but you're safer here. 'Cause under my call, nothing happens here. Happens here. Under my call, on my call, I won't let it. Under my command, I'll sing it for you. We're soaring quietly above the ground. 'Cause under my call, it's quiet here. It is quiet here. Under my call, under my call, sleep under my brush. Under my command, the ship's clear. Dark-eyed, the harbor's wait. And far beyond the dangers, we'll laugh at it when we're safer here. Remember to tie your bed.
Oh, sorry.
Why I should feel this way, why I should feel this way, why I should feel the same. There's something I cannot say, something I cannot say, something I can't explain. I feel you outside at the edge of my life. I see you walk by at the edge of my side.
Why I should follow my heart, why I should follow my heart, why I should fall apart, why I should follow my dreams, why I should follow my dreams, why I should be at peace.
I feel you outside at the edge of my life. I see you walk by at the edge of my side. I had to let you go to the setting sun. I had to let you go and find a way back home. I had to let you go to the
Two things, I think. There's a lot of breathing space in the imaging, so that's nice. There's room. So with the Lonnie Deer track, the layering, it blossoms really,
Yeah.
adding stuff without removing things.
Yeah.
But something is happening in the high notes, the high frequencies. It feels a bit like it's being squeezed in the high notes. I noticed it with the violin. That sounds a little bit boxed in, and the DBC track, and also I heard it with Anathema with the strings.
Yeah.
There's something in the higher parts which is influenced.
Did it remind you of the bass line, in a sense?
No, because in the bass line there's a lot of restlessness feeling,
Yeah,
and
it
that's
did
gone.
feel a little bit more,
Relaxed.
yeah, in a way. Yeah. I thought it was difficult as well, this one.
It wouldn't be my first
seemed-
choice.
It seemed to bring more air.
Yeah.
I agree.
And the attack of Debussy in the first part, the first difficult notes,
Yeah. But
that was pleasant, but it was boxed in.
I still heard the piano harshness,
Yes.
like with the bass line.
Yeah.
Like if it I don't know how he plays. I'm not a musician, but it seems like a very firm
Yeah.
attack on the piano, and without any conditioning in this situation, you get a harshness in the harmonics. Like it's not pleasant.
Yeah.
And I know a grand piano is loud. But with the correct power conditioning, you still hear that it really hits you, but it's not unpleasant.
No.
And it still had that. So I'm open to everything we're testing here, but I didn't notice a big difference, except, like you said, it seemed more airy.
Yeah.
So that's
And more reverb in
Yeah.
as well.
yeah.
But it did something not good with the high notes, with the high frequencies. That's and that influences the whole image, I think, in the end. So the whole balance, and
Yeah.
that's a tricky one. This one, yep.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. In real life, there are very unpleasant sounding pianos. Yes, I totally agree.
Yeah, but this one isn't a very unpleasant sounding piano.
No.
I know the recording very well. I use it as one of my test tracks, and
Yeah.
it can sound really wonderful. But it's this is a really difficult recording.
I noticed. Yeah, it's very revealing.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the last one. Okay.
Let's start with Debussy.
Debussy.
should feel this way, why I should feel this way, why I should feel the same. There's something I cannot say, something I cannot say, something I can't explain. I feel you outside at the edge of my life. I see you walk by at the edge of my side.
Why I should follow my heart, why I should follow my heart, why I should fall apart, why I should follow my dreams, why I should follow my dreams, why I should be at peace.
I feel you outside at the edge of my life. I see you walk by at the edge of my side. I had to let you go to the setting sun. I had to let you go and find a way back home. I had to let you go to the setting sun. I had to let you go and find a way back home.
Under my call, nothing happens here. You're safe here. Sleep under my eyes, restful with a monster, but you're safer here. 'Cause under my call, nothing happens here. Happens here. Under my call, on my call, I won't let it. Under my command, we shut it out. It's funny here. I'm singing for you. I'm soaring quietly above the ground. 'Cause under my call, it's quiet here. It's quiet here. Under my call, under my call. you try your best, shooting forwards and walls. Don't ever wake up here. Remember the war. Can you hear it? It's quiet now.
Okay. Well,
You did this on purpose, didn't you?
they said the same in the chat. You saved it for last. No, I haven't heard them. I sampled them, but I can tell you now, the samples don't do this justice.
No?
No, I was sitting in the other room.
Oh, you
and-
were not here in the room.
No, I
basically.
wasn't sampling
Okay.
here because then I will disturb
Yep.
the samples. But I haven't heard them in room. And in the samples, you can hear the tonality differences, exactly the same as I'm sitting here.
Yep.
I can guarantee that you can hear 80%. But this wow, geez effect, like what happened? No.
Okay.
No, we can't sample that yet.
Okay.
But
Well,
damn, this is good.
yes, this is how it's, I said, literally, this is how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure even if the Aquarius can get to this level. They asked me to connect the Aquarius. I know the Aquarius. And we'll do that in a minute.
Yep.
This was impressive.
This was really good. It was very light-footed, but it was the rhythmic pace, the rhythm and the pace of the music was nice. What I noticed was I wrote down it sounds more open and more like the emphasis is more on the higher midtones than the bass. But actually, when I put my hand on the couch,
you could feel it.
you could feel the bass much more prominent than in the other ones. And I have to say, if these are the choices and we have to recommend something,
Yeah.
then this is an easy one. I thought I'm almost want to hear that third one again, back to this one, because I think those two are close. They do different things.
Yeah, they're close.
Both are the rhythmic part.
Yeah.
I think that's the key to it. It doesn't kill the rhythm and in the music.
I will, we'll do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I will just take away the box now because it doesn't. Oh, well, it does matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I'm not gonna reveal anything yet.
No.
But I'll swap them during the song. And let's see if you can hear it. I think it will work.
Yeah.
But first, let's do, which track do you want to hear on the Aquarius? We'll do one song because that's enough. It's not about the Aquarius, this test. But
No. Then I think that the anathema.
Yeah,
because
Anathema?
There's strings. There's everything in.
Yeah, there's everything in it. Let's do the Anathema song on the Aquarius. Okay. Okay, fair enough.
Why I should feel this way, why I should feel this way, why I should feel the same. There's something I cannot say, something I cannot say, something I can't explain. I feel you outside at the edge of my life. I see you walk by at the edge edge of my side.
Why I should follow my heart, why I should follow my heart, why I should fall apart, why I should follow my dreams, why I should follow my dreams, why I should be at peace.
I feel you outside at the edge of my life. I see you walk by at the edge of my side. I had to let you go to the setting sun. I had to let you go and find a way back home. I had to let you go to the setting sun. I had to let you go and find a way back home.
Okay, it's different. Yes.
Yes, it's different than the last filter, but I have to say that, I mean, this is richer, the tonality is better.
Overall, it's better.
Overall, it's better.
But I'm not sure about the vocals.
His voice, I think, was better with that last filter than with the Aquarius.
Yeah, I think as well.
Yeah.
It was softer, it was smoother. But if you look
It
at
was
the
more open.
overall picture,
Yeah, it's more depth, more.
yeah, but it's not a fair comparison. I mean, I
No.
just read that the plug-in filter was 275. I mean, that's 1/10 of the Aquarius.
Then it's a good deal.
It's a very extremely good,
Good
deal.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about nuances, and yes, the Aquarius is better, clearly better. But man, 10 times the price.
Yes. Can we do these the last filter and the third filter?
Yeah,
That you swap them?
I'll take 3.
Okay.
I'll mix in one that you don't know.
Yeah, that's okay. And then please Debussy, because that's
Debussy.
for me the
I'll
best
sit
one.
over there.
Yep.
I'll swap them. You can sit in the middle.
Yep.
For a better imaging, don't hit the table,
No.
please, because then you'll move the mic.
Yep.
And yeah, let's do it. It's gonna be fun. I'll switch the mics already. Yeah. Debussy. Oh, wait. Yeah. Okay. Ooh, this is gonna be hard because I don't want to sit in front of the speakers. Okay. There we go. Yeah. So.
It's really hard.
Yeah. I think.
There was one.
Yeah.
There was one where the tonality, the sound colors changed significantly and much warmer and richer than the other ones. That was a nice one. I think was that the third one?
Yeah.
Because there I've really noticed the difference when you plugged it out.
Yeah, it changed.
It changed completely. That
Yeah.
was.
I heard it next to the speaker.
Yeah.
It changed.
But the then you plugged something in which sounded. I don't know. This is hard one. This is really a hard one. Yeah. There was.
I think I know because you don't know.
Yeah.
I know why. That was the plug that didn't do anything in the previous test. I saw your face like. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mixed it in. Yeah, it's. But I noticed when I unplugged the last one, the piano changed.
Yeah.
It's quite obvious. It's definitely a plug that does do something indeed. I wanted to show some measurements so people know what they can see on the website.
Yep.
And I can explain something because let me reveal the plugs.
Yes,
okay?
that's okay.
Yeah. Ooh. Grab them. I don't know all the prices yet. I'm not going to show the measurements from all the plugs because then we'll be here in if I'm going to show all the measurements, it's going to be way too much.
Show something which is obvious and
Yeah.
explain how to read them because I think that's very useful for everyone.
Okay, let me switch to the laptop and let me switch to the measurements. These are already online for all our Patreon members and they're gonna be in the review, of course. Let me show you the Kemp, the new version. First, even kijken. Yeah, it works. These we did a couple of measurements, and I measured the filter slope. So does it filter anything at all? And you can see those in the sweep response on the spectrum analyzer. I know it's very technical, but this is the sweep response of the filter up to 35 megahertz. So that's way beyond what we can hear, but I wanted to measure as broad as I can to see if it does anything at all.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the filter response. Then, yeah.
How to read it because there's a purple line and there's a white line.
No, that's because I compared the old one to the new one.
Okay.
So this is only the new one, and you can see it filters a lot in the beginning. Every block is 3.5 megahertz. So up to 1 megahertz, it filters pretty steep, and then it becomes then it goes up because there is a stopping point in a filter because the components don't do anything, and then you can see it still does something. But I'll explain it in the review in more depth.
Okay.
Then we actually connected it to our LCR meter, and an LCR meter measures capacity, inductance, resistance, anything. So if there is anything inside, it will respond to these measurements. You can see the capacity of the, is this the capacity? Yeah. Of the Kemp is measurable. So there is a capacitor inside. And a capacitor does some filtering, and we can now measure how much capacity the plug has. And we did everything up to resistance and inductance and impedance and everything. But these are less interesting because we also did a test on the grid itself. So we just connected it to our power grid to see if it does filter anything at all. Well, yes. The Kemp actually does something. Yellow is the grid.
Okay.
And purple is with the plug.
Right, yeah.
Um,
A lower is better in this case.
Yeah, definitely. So we measured the grid noise and then with the Kemp connected to our measurement setup. This is another one. We explain it in the review as well. This is another way of testing the grid. It's up to 190 kilohertz. So you see, if you zoom in, yellow is the Kemp. It does filter out some spikes, but it's a different way of connecting, and that's why I said if you don't know how people measure, you don't know where to look. And this is in the on the Prism D scope. It's another way of measuring. But you see, green is without and red is with. It does actually do something in the audible range. So you can hear noise. This was the hardest measurement to do from all. It's really complicated because the grid noise completely changes every minute. So you have to sum all the measurements and equalize it, and it was painfully difficult. If I pick another one, you can see that some plugs are not measurable at all. Let me pick the Furutech. Like it's a flat line up to 35 megahertz, and this is also a flat line. So this is the one we didn't hear.
Okay.
So that was funny for me. And if I pick the LCR meter, it's flat. It doesn't do anything. You always measure something, but it doesn't make any sense at all. It's just a flat line. There's nothing inside. I mean, if you see a spike, but the spike is in the millionth of resistance, it scales with the measurement. So this seems like a big spike, but it isn't. It's nothing. But there's actually nothing inside, so it doesn't make sense to. It wouldn't have made sense if we heard a difference. And this you can see as well. With the Kemp, it was practically a flat purple line, and this is almost the same.
Yep.
And the same here. It doesn't do anything at all. And with the Kemp, this was all gone.
Yep.
All the spikes. And the same here. There's absolutely no difference. They're practically on each other. And this was summed 100 times. So yeah, sorry for Furutech. I couldn't measure anything, but that's why we always listen and measure. Because with some plugs, it was hard to measure, but we obviously heard a difference. But they had some active components inside, and they do something different than just filter.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the other input. We should be back now. Yeah, we're back. Okay. The plugs.
The plugs. What's what?
I hope this made any sense. That was the Sparkz, right? You can ask questions now. I'm back on the chat to explain some stuff. The first one was, of course, the baseline.
Yep.
And, well, that was decent, but we know it can play at a higher level. Then we went to the Kemp, the SNS plug. You heard a difference.
Yep.
I heard a difference, mostly in stereo imaging. What did you think overall?
I haven't put an overall everywhere.
Oh,
but,
no, but what you're feeling now.
Well, the same as there was more depth to every note. With the second one, that was a nice one with the anathema track. When the strings are coming in, with this plug, the strings were much more prominent than the bass line.
Yeah.
That was very, very obvious. And the acoustical guitar had more overtones. It sounded richer than in the bass line. I wrote down.
Mhm.
So I'm reading my own notes right now.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, so you heard a big difference. You heard a difference.
A difference. And with
Yeah.
Lonnie there, what I wrote down was that the overall image, so the size of the image, so the physical size of the image was about the same, but much more space within that room,
Mhm.
less restlessness.
Definitely.
Yep.
I said the focus is larger and more tight, and it's more soft on the S sounds in the vocals.
Yep.
That was my idea. The second one was the Akiko, the tuning stick. I couldn't measure anything with this thing,
But it did something.
but it did something.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. It does do something. I'm not sure what. I don't think it's big, but you heard a difference.
Yeah, what I wrote down was that there's more reverb
Yeah.
and a little bit more transparency in the whole image.
Mm-hmm.
The midtones, the balance between from bass to midtones to high was more shifted towards the midtones,
Mm-hmm.
but it killed the dynamics a little bit. I said with the Debussy, and it's more. It sounded sparser, so less warmth
Yeah,
overall.
I think it has less bass, warmth.
Yep.
Oh, that's what you said. That's freaky. I said the same.
Yep.
Less warmth than the Kemp. More glazy to me. It seemed that the S sounds are again a little bit harsher.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I heard. But yeah, in terms of airiness and spaciousness, it seemed to do something. I can't explain it why, but
Yep.
Then we went to the Isoplug. This was one of your favorites.
Yes.
Yeah.
What I said with that plug is that the what the filter should do is put out the restlessness out of the music.
Mm-hmm.
But here that wasn't completely gone, but it traded in that little less filtering of the restlessness
Yeah.
for more depth and more sound and better rhythmically, especially the rhythm was very good with this
I
one.
absolutely agree. The image is larger.
Yes.
But I noticed that the imaging from the SNS is tighter. This is more large.
Yes.
This is, I think, more accurate
Yep.
at the trade-off that you lose some air. And this keeps the air
Yep.
in the image.
And it's more depth. There was more depth to
Yeah.
the soundstage.
But if you want both,
Then yeah.
then it will be expensive.
Yes. But
Yeah.
this one actually did something nice. I
It
like
did
this
something
one.
nice. Yeah, absolutely. I like it as well.
Yeah.
I'm glad because we use them a lot, and it still performed very well. Then the IFI.
Oh,
I
that's the IFI.
I didn't like it.
I thought it was sounding a little bit more compressed and
Yeah.
somewhat squeezed in the microdynamics.
I got cranky
It's
when
yeah.
this was playing.
This was really bad with the Debussy.
Oh. And I sampled it with also some acoustic music. I think it was Mammal Hands.
Okay,
And
yeah,
it
that's not a
was
good one for
Absolutely
yeah.
horrible.
Yep.
It was very harsh. And all the harmonics are so in your face. I just don't like it. Sorry,
Yep.
IFI. I do like a lot of your stuff, but I don't like this one. Their power supplies are really good, by the way.
Yes.
I have to say something nice, of course.
Oh, I mean, it's about the product and not about the brand.
No, it's not about the brand, so keep that in mind. They do also make
Yep.
really good stuff.
Yeah, I use their IFI Power X, for instance.
Me
which is
too.
really
And
good.
their normal power supplies for the Switch, it's really good. Ansuz was next. It was the TC2, and this was remarkable
Yeah, that
because
it inverted the the soundstage.
it did. And this is one of the plugs that you have to keep in mind that I can't really measure it because there's an active circuitry inside. And I think it works on 230 volts, and we can measure 230 volts directly because I'll
Okay.
blow up my equipment instantly. So I have to step down, and we step down to 10 volts. And most of the plugs are fine with that. Their characteristics remain the same. But if you use plugs like this, you can't. The grid measurement should show something. I have to look into that. I don't know them all by heart. This definitely did something.
Yeah, it. What I wrote down was the piano is rumbling a little bit in the bass notes
Yeah.
in both tracks, in both the Debussy and a thema track, and the bass synthesizer in Lonnie Deer was very emphasized,
Yeah.
but also uncontrolled.
Yeah. Richer in tone than the IFI. Focus is a bit up front.
Yeah.
Yeah. Less hiss and roughness than the IFI. That's what I wrote down for myself. Yeah, it was rich in tone, but is it accurate? That's the big question.
It you expect that filters do something with high notes or with the compression or
Yeah, did this
anything,
something
but
with the bass?
it did something with the bass.
And I definitely heard that during the sampling. I was like, "What the hell is happening to the bass?"
Yeah, and
check it out in the video. It will be published in the afternoon. Check out the bass on the TC2. It's really weird.
And also, what was weird here with the Debussy, this was the one where I said, "Hey, the violin is standing behind the piano
yeah.
instead of the other way around."
Yeah. Yeah.
Weird.
odd.
The only one. that
This
did
is
it.
the €1,000 plug.
Whoa, whoa,
Yeah, yeah.
€1,000.
It's
wow.
crazy expensive. Don't be fooled by all the marketing, because there are a lot of videos about this stuff. Also about the Furutech, by the way. I have to say this. I watched a lot of videos because I was looking up the specs and I was like just curious about what other people think. There is a demo of this one, and we'll get to this. But he changes a lot of other stuff, like the power distributor and the cables. We know that cables have a huge impact. He doesn't just switch the plug. He switches a lot of stuff, and that's not fair.
No.
You have to
Keep it everything the same.
controlled.
Yes.
Change one thing only, because if you change cables and a distributor block, you change a lot of stuff, and you'll be fooled, because if you just change the plug, I know it's really hard to demo. We try as best as we can, but they have to actually do something to
Yes,
be audible. But we'll get to that later. So that,
And I was fooled.
yeah, you were. But you heard it. So you passed the test. Then we got to the NCF
Oh
clear
man,
line.
when do I get out of my my trial period? When you stop fooling and testing me?
Nah, I'm not gonna fool you again.
No, it's good. It's good.
You've proven yourself, but
no, it's good. I think honestly, just doing this stuff when we do things blind, like
yeah,
plugging in the same thing once again, or plugging nothing in once again, I think that's actually a good practice.
it is. I did it with Ethernet cables, with myself, to check if I can hear it, and I could. The difference between copper cable and optical is definitely audible, but I wanted to make sure, so I did it at home with my wife, and she changed the stuff, and
Or not.
or not,
Yeah.
but it was obvious in the imaging.
Yeah.
So I had luckily 100% score.
Okay.
With USB cables, it's really hard. Most of them don't make a huge difference, and I didn't score 100%.
Okay.
It's really hard.
I think it's also hard with these filters to
Yeah,
score
yeah,
100%.
yeah,
So,
definitely.
yeah.
Well, we did it in the end, and you
Yeah.
see how hard it is. It's
Yeah.
subtle, but I think it's audible in the samples. And but we got to the NCF clear line. That was the one after lunch, I think.
Yeah.
No, it was not the one after lunch.
Yes, it was one.
It
of
was
the
the
ones.
one after lunch. Okay,
Yes.
this we didn't hear.
No.
I couldn't hear it as well. It was so extremely subtle. Yeah, I can't measure anything. I can't hear anything. You didn't hear anything. Minor differences
Nope.
that are in the, ja, hoe zeg je dat, foutmarge? Fault marge, I don't know. It's too small.
Yep.
So NCF clear line for me, really hard. Try it at home and see if you can hear a difference. But
Here in this setup, no.
I couldn't really hear a difference.
No.
For me. Then we got to the
one where we didn't agree on.
Yeah, the QRT QV2. I liked it.
Okay.
It's also an active thing. For me, the bass kick and rhythm was very nice. There is something inside. I can't measure anything at all with this thing. Just like this one and the Ansuz. The TC2, yeah, they can actually. I can see there is circuitry inside, but I can't measure the
Okay.
circuitry inside.
Okay.
With the Ansuz Sparkz EU, which you didn't hear a big difference as well, and the Furutech, I know what's inside. And for me, it is obvious they can't do anything, actually.
Okay.
So, but you picked them out as well, like, okay, I don't know. With these, we did hear a difference, but for me, it's hard to prove. But the QV2, yeah, I liked it. You didn't.
No.
Yeah, so, okay. We didn't agree on this one.
That's fine.
Expensive stuff, by the way. Then, yeah, for me, this one, the Sparkz, it was back to baseline for me. You
That
heard
was
some
a-
air.
Yep.
For
Yep.
me as well. I heard some air. But I didn't like the rest. It was not exceptional.
Okay.
400 euros.
Well, for 400 euros, that's a lot of money for a bit of air.
Yes, especially if you consider that we both like the Isotek.
Yes.
This is 125.
Well.
125.
Well, yeah.
I think it's around 200, the Kemp. I like it as well. 400. 1,000. You can buy 8 Isoteks for one Ansuz.
Well,
It's an easy choice.
that's an easy choice.
Oh, margin of error. Thanks. That's the word I was
Yeah.
looking for. Yeah, that's what the Ansuz also hits for me. It's a margin of error. Do I hear something or not?
And then the 10th one, which was the 10th plug.
275 bucks.
That's the
QK1. I absolutely adore this one.
yes.
It's marvelous.
So the brand is
NordOst.
the NordOst. Okay.
NordOst QRT QK1. Yeah, for me the winner.
Yep.
It's amazing.
Together with Isotek, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's where.
Yeah.
Where are your preferences? What do you like? I think those two are good value for money.
Definitely. 275, 125. I think it's in balance.
It's preference.
Perfectly in balance. I
Yeah.
think this one is just for me slightly better than the Isotek.
Yeah.
The Isotek doesn't do anything wrong.
No.
It makes it slightly better. This one is even further than that one in terms of vocals. This is amazing.
But 125, 275.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you can buy 2 Isoteks for the price of
Yeah,
one
but
NordOst.
I tried those as well, combining 2 of them. In terms of measurements, it hardly makes a difference.
Mhm.
That's the weird part.
No, but what I mean is if you have more setups or more stuff
Oh,
where you
yeah.
can filter, then you can trade off. Or if you want to if you have to choose how much money you want to spend and you
Yeah.
want improvement,
Yeah.
then here there is a very clear trade-off that
Yeah.
you can make.
Yeah.
Do I want to spend less money, or do I want to spend more money? And then if I spend a little bit more money, about more than twice as much money, you
Yeah.
get a result which is actually better overall.
I think so. Yeah.
So here it is like it's almost not linear, but it's, well,
Getting
spending a
there.
bit more money is almost twice as good.
This is more complex
Yes.
to create, so I think it's worth the extra investment, and I think the price is very fair.
Yes.
If you look at
Compared to
a
all the other
1,000
stuff. Oh, there's a light going down.
Okay. If you look at the investment, what I was saying. Oh yeah, this is $1,000. This is $275. I mean, come on.
Well, someone.
Yeah, I heard someone, and I'm curious if they pressed a button maybe, because these are powered by the grid. It shouldn't be off yet. Okay, fair enough. I think we got through all the plugs, and then the
Yes.
Aquarius. What do you think? 10 times the price.
Yeah, that's a difficult one. I mean, this is where you get to the point where diminishing returns start to play.
Yeah.
It is better. Overall it is better than. You're gonna check the.
No, I know. I'm gonna switch them on. Because
Okay.
It's a black box now. It shouldn't be off. Hey, that's weird. It is off actually.
Okay. I think it's the law of diminishing returns.
Yeah. definitely.
So spending a lot more money doesn't bring you equally amount of quality back.
No.
But in the end, in terms of richness and of the sounds and the overall picture, then I think with the level of having a Pasitea as a deck,
Yeah.
then investing in something like an Aquarius is probably
Makes
something you would
sense.
consider.
Yeah. Makes
I think
sense.
if you have a deck which isn't extreme as this Pasitea in terms of pricing also, but in quality,
Yeah.
but a little bit different, then I think the trade-off is starting to get a little bit different.
Yeah.
Although with something like an Aquarius, you can put in different
That's the
pieces
thing.
of machines which are isolated from each other.
You have 6 outputs.
Yeah.
I mean, but I don't think the Aquarius is the ideal partner for power amps
No.
or integrated amps. I tried it a couple of times. I don't think you should. You can try, but you can plug in the in our case the Mutek clock, the Sonnet. I have the Grimm UC1 in the Aquarius and the computer. And it works because, like you said, it's all isolated.
Yeah.
So they don't see each other electrically. And that's something you can think about when you have to make the choice, do I buy a parallel filter with a good distributor block, or do I invest something more, maybe twice the price, for an Aquarius? The old Evo 3 is still for sale and it's half the price.
Okay.
So that's a really good deal, because either you buy a decent power distributor with a parallel filter, or you do maybe 200-300 extra and you buy an Aquarius.
Yeah.
Evo 3. The Evo 5 is more expensive. It's also better, but it's more expensive. And I think the Evo 3 is now a very good deal. It's like 1,200 or 1,300 euros.
But if you have a setup at home which you are content with, but you
Yeah.
think you can spend some money to improve the sound, and you have your distributing block plugged into the wall
Yeah.
of your home,
Mm-hmm.
then adding something like an Isotek
Yeah.
or a NordOst
Does make sense.
does make sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
QQ1.
Without having to invest a lot of money. If you have a home like I do at home with solar powers on the roof, a lot of LED lights in the home,
Yeah.
I'm living outside, so I have long power lines to my house
Yeah.
with a lot of trouble on it, then investing in something which my house is from 1972, so investing in something which actually isolated the whole thing from your in-home grid,
Mhm.
then is worth the considerable investment.
Yeah.
Then this won't.
This won't do.
But this won't do the magical trick.
No.
So it's all a question of in what kind of home do you live, how are the conditions, what is the kind of equipment that you have,
Yeah.
in which to invest, and of course how much are you willing to spend.
Yeah.
And I think today we've proven that there is something to choose.
There is something to choose. I mean, there's more than this even. We only had 10, but there are maybe 30, 40 products out there. It's ridiculous. But we created a list. We got what we could get. I mean, some products are not available, like the Talos. Someone in the chat asked if we had that one, but it wasn't available.
Okay. Yep.
Well, I hope you liked this
Very long stream.
very long stream. Wow, 4 hours. It's been a while. But yeah, we're through. I think we concluded. You can check out the article, I think, tomorrow, maybe this evening. I'm gonna try my best, but tomorrow will be online. And in the article, we have all the measurements, all the samples, and it will be on the English website on Monday.
Okay.
Because it takes a while to translate.
Yeah.
So, don't forget, you can support all these kinds of tests and streams with Patreon. Patreon members will get extra perks, of course. You get easy early access to some of the content we create. And we definitely love you if you support us.
Yes.
So these tests are all done for free. Yeah?
Next week.
Next week. Oh, yeah, good one. Next week we have a very interesting test of loudspeakers. 20,000 euros a pair. Something different than this. It will be done in the studio, in the Artone studio, with live music from
El Andalus. I think.
Middle East something.
Yeah, El Andalus. I think they were the name of the group is.
Yeah,
They are touring right now in the Netherlands.
pretty cool.
Pretty
Yeah.
cool that we are going to have them in the studio.
Yeah.
So I'm very looking forward to that one, to be honest. So I hope you join us next week for the big test.
3 loudspeakers for now. We have the TED E2s. We have the Perliston top model, the 7 series. And we have the PMC Fact 12. And we haven't had a PMC ever.
Okay.
I don't know why, but now we have one. And I'm trying to get a 4th, but it's hard because the final audio we should have had, the Model 15, is just not finished.
Okay.
They don't have one, but they would love to compete, but there's no Model 15 at the moment, and the Model 12 is too cheap. So it's not a fair comparison. Well, try to get a 4th. If you have an idea, just send it to us and we'll try to get that loudspeaker as well. So, see you next week.
See you next week.
Yes.
And have a nice day.
Have a nice weekend.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yay.